show. 3, get ready. 4, 3, 2, let's go. Go, go, go. On your mark, get ready, set, go. Go, go, go. On that jump that, get up and go. Go, go, go. On your mark, you ready, yeah, go.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Real quick show of hands, who was here yesterday? Okay, that should have done that in the reverse order. Who wasn't here yesterday? Shame. Okay. Well, thanks for everybody for coming back. For the new people, welcome. We're going to do a little bit of preamble. The intro is going to sound very familiar to everybody else who was here last time. So here we go. If you didn't meet me, if you weren't here yesterday, my name is Matt Oztalay. I am a senior developer relations technical artist at Epic Games, and most of the people in the audience know that I love talking about performance. So we get another 45 minutes today to talk about performance, and I'm really excited about that, because we're talking about optimizing UE5, rethinking performance paradigms for high-quality visuals, part 2. As an industry, we've had a good 25, 30 years to figure out how to build really beautiful, visually sophisticated games that are now running at 4K, 60 frames per second. And we've gotten really good at that. We've got this whole dogma and library of how we do that. And then Unreal Engine 5 comes along and introduces 4 brand new graphics features that raise the bar for visual fidelity, and we're all expected to use them, but nobody has ever used these features before, and they come with their own tips and tricks and unique little things that you gotta know about them in order to make sure that they're running. And of course, we have to scale all of that content from a high-end PC down to an Android phone. And some of these concepts are a little contradictory to the way that we used to build performant experiences. So I want to give you a head start and put a few tools in your tool belt so that you can get up and running with all of the incredible new graphics features in UE5. So yesterday, we talked about Nanite and Lumen. And if you missed that session, don't worry, it's going to be up on YouTube. The live stream is already up on YouTube. And if you're watching this on YouTube, definitely go back and watch part 1 first. Today, I want to talk about some of the other systems in Unreal that have an impact on your graphics performance and visual fidelity. So that's virtual shadow maps, world partition, temporal super resolution, and again, how to scale that content across a wide variety of platforms. And I think in one of the session titles, I called these supporting systems, and that does a massive disservice to the importance of these features. This is going to be another intermediate level talk. I'm assuming that you've got some general knowledge of scene optimizations and rendering pipelines. This won't be as much a discussion of like how to go about specifically optimizing this scene. Every project is going to have its own challenges. And so instead what I want to do is arm you with the knowledge of how these systems work as it pertains to performance so that you can better understand the performance issues that may arise, how to prevent them, and how to resolve them. And throughout this talk, you're probably going to hear me say, but that's a whole separate talk. This is part 2. This is already a whole separate talk. And I'll have a bunch of resources in the links at the end of the show, including some excellent talks from my colleagues if you want to dive deeper into how these systems work, as well as some of my YouTube videos about general scene optimizations. And since we're talking about performance, this is normally where I get up on my soapbox and say that budgets are a statement of your values, how performance is everyone's responsibility, and how you should be testing early and often, but that's a whole separate talk. What I do want to hit you kind of up top early on is 2 really important things. One is the importance of scalability settings. So when you boot up the editor, the first thing you're going to see is that you are in the Epic scalability mode. And you can see that if you go up to the top right, go to Settings, Engine Scalability Settings, Epic. These are the console variable accommodations that we've kind of tuned to hit 30 frames per second. And then if you're looking to target a 60 frames per second game, use the high scalability. The one thing that I really don't want you to do is try and tune a game to 60 frames per second with all of the highs or with all of the epic scalability stuff enabled, because it's gonna be a lot harder. I'm not saying that switching to high scalability will immediately get you running at 60 frames per second, but it's gonna get you a lot closer to the ballpark so that when you start tuning your content, you'll be in a better position. And the other thing that I do want to mention is that you have choices with Unreal Engine 5. You don't have to use any of these features. Obviously, we want you to be using everything. They look really good. They have a lot of performance benefits to them. And of course, everything works better together. A lot of these systems, and we're really going to go into it today, a lot of these systems are designed to work in Congress with each other. So that said, for those of you who missed part one, really quick recap. Nanite, our virtualized streaming micro-polygon solution, it enables you to have higher resolution meshes with no discrete LODs. It is fewer and faster draw calls. But the thing you've got to watch out for are programmable rasterization can be fairly expensive compared to fixed function rasterization, so world position offset masked materials and so on. And of course, we wanted reduced nanite overdraw. And the other part of that, we talked about Lumen. It's our dynamic global illumination and reflection systems. We gather global illumination information using screen probes, which fire important sampled rays from the screen. And if you don't hit something on screen, we look up the results in a surface cache, which is asynchronously updated over time, so you don't have to recompute global illumination every frame. And we reuse the surface cache for off-screen reflections. The big things to watch out for are you using hardware ray tracing or software ray traced Lumen? Hardware ray tracing is higher accuracy traces against instanced binding volume hierarchies, and it's currently best for targeting 30 frames per second high quality experiences on console. And software ray tracing is lower accuracy but faster traces against a global distance field, and currently at high scalability, it's great for your 60 frames per second experiences on consoles. Turns out I could do this in 45 minutes. So I'll preface this talk by saying we're talking about the features as they exist today. This is 5.3.1 from the launcher, which we released just last week, but know that the performance, the capabilities, and the scalability of these features continues to improve with every release. And if we run out of time, if I don't get your questions, or if you have some really specific questions, as soon as I'm done here, I'm gonna go out the door, turn right, head to the dev hub, and I'm just gonna be there until the party tonight, basically. So join me there. Okay. So next we get to talk about virtual shadow maps. This is our new shadow mapping technology that enables us to cast higher resolution shadows and cast them far out to the horizon at a lower cost than traditional shadow mapping techniques. This was something that you could do with, don't want to get ahead of myself. So the pitch here is like, when we have high resolution geometry, because we have nanite, right? We want high resolution shadows. This is something that you could definitely do with cascading shadow maps. Just increase your atlas size, increase your number of cascades, and you're good to go. But that cost ends up getting really, really high really quickly. Whereas with virtual shadow maps, we virtualize those pages as opposed to having a bunch of discrete LODs so that we can update parts of them and then we can stream them at their ideal resolution for a given screen. Resolution is going to come into play later. And then we also have the ability to cache results, so we don't have to update the entire shadow map every frame. So right, cascading shadow maps, actually one of the YouTube videos that I'll link in the notes at the end of the show, I go into this a little bit. Cascading shadow maps, right, we break up the scene into a bunch of cascades out to the horizon, and we're drawing the shadow depth for everything that occupies those cascades. Whereas with virtual shadow maps, what we do is break it up into these clip map or MIP levels going out from the frame, and then we break each of those up into individual virtual pages. And again, they are scaled to the ideal resolution for whatever we're drawing at. So it's not like with cascading shadow maps, you would have 10, 20, 48 cascades out to the horizon. which might not be ideal with virtual shadow maps sort of built into the system as this perfect scaling for that resolution. And the added benefit here, again, of course, is we have the ability to only update parts of those pages every frame. So comparing it to cascading shadow maps, when you're able to cache your results, the virtual shadow maps have a sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? They have a non-fixed cost, because if this camera is settled, we're not updating as much of the shadows every frame, whereas with cascading shadow maps, we have to update all of the shadows every frame. There are some things you do have to watch out for with virtual shadow maps, though. The two big things, again, we're going to talk about this from the point of view of like stat GPU or the profile GPU, and the big things you're going to see here are shadow depths, which are going to be caused by cache invalidations and the kinds of geometry that we're drawing into virtual shadow maps, and shadow projection, which is going to come down to ray count per number size and the number of lights. And we'll talk about those in a little bit. So the big thing is with cache invalidations, and these are caused by moving cameras, moving lights, moving objects, anything that could cause shadows to need to change. And we can see actually how these pages are cached if we go to the cached page view mode. So in this view mode, what we're seeing here is that all of the green areas, those are places where both the static and the dynamic shadow maps are cached. We don't have to redraw those. With blue, that is where the dynamic cache pages are being invalidated, but the static cache pages don't need to be redrawn. And then in the little bits of red, that's where we're redrawing both the dynamic and the static cache pages. And what this means is that when we are updating the dynamic cache page, we don't have to draw quite as much stuff into that cache page as we would have if we had to do all of the static geometry in the scene. And we can also see if we want to get a number, because we like numbers, we're talking about performance, we can do we were going to do an r.shaderprint1. This is going to let us write numbers onto the screen. Just enable that for our stats pages, and then we do r.shadow.virtual.showstats1. And then we can see over here on the screen just the number of pages that we're drawing, the number of invalidated static pages, the number of invalidated dynamic cached pages. We can see all that here. So if you want a really quick thing just to look at the numbers of how much we're drawing, this is a great place to start. You can just turn that bad boy off. So yesterday, if you remember, we were talking about this water wheel, and that water wheel is getting ahead of itself. That's for a different part. So we talked about this water wheel. In my GDC 2022 presentation, I talked about how it's a great idea to move a bunch of simple animation from the CPU to the GPU because it's a lot cheaper to do it on the GPU. With Nanite, we talked about we have to extend the cluster bounds. We have to extend the size of the clusters for Nanite so that it knows that those vertices are going to be moving. The other side of this, because again, everything is kind of interconnected, when we need to figure out for virtual shadow maps what cache pages we need to invalidate and redraw, we use the bounds of the things that are causing the invalidation. So even though this water wheel is only rotating within its standard bounds, because the whole water wheel could be all the way up here, we have to invalidate all of those bounds. So, of course, for world position offset, same as with Nanite, we're going to do r.optimize WPO in our project settings. And we're going to use our disable distances, right? Remember that. Same stuff for Nanite. World position offset disable distance. And we are going to turn off evaluate world position offset on things that don't need to do that. So when I was talking about the bounds, because I kind of got ahead of myself there, if we go back and look at our cached page view mode, you see that a lot of these cache pages are being invalidated. And there's absolutely foliage in the scene that's going to do that because it's swaying around in the breeze. But watch what happens when I disable world position offset on this water wheel. A lot of those cache pages were being invalidated by just this thing moving. And so we had to redraw a bunch of, or we had to redo a bunch of the projection. We had to put more stuff into the shadow draw, which is going to raise the cost of our shadow depths. So in a situation like this, again, we're going to profile our changes to make sure that the stuff that we're doing is going to improve our performance. But one of the things that you could do in this situation would be to use something like the rotating movement component. And it's a thing that I want you to keep in mind. The other big thing that can cause cache invalidations is dynamic time of day. So if we run our time of day, you notice as we're moving the sun across the sky, all of the pages, the static and the dynamic pages, need to be updated every frame. And then what's going to happen is as the sun kind of starts to set and gets low on the horizon, the projection is going to have to go through more geometry, right? Because we're at a glancing angle to the ground. And it can cause, in certain situations like dawn and dusk, you may see your shadow depths cost get higher compared to something like noon, where we're just drawing everything straight down. And then, of course, when the sun stops moving, everything gets cached again. One of the recommendations that we've made in the past in our tech blogs about this is to reduce or to bias the resolution of the directional light's shadow caches. So we can do that with r.shadow.virtual.resolution LOD bias directional, resolution LOD bias directional moving. So as you increase this number, it's going to increase the MIP level, which is going to lower the effective resolution. If we're drawing fewer pixels, it's going to cost us less time. It's a thing to keep in mind. And then if you're a tech artist, or if you're somebody who wants to profile these changes without having to run the sun back and forth across the sky every frame, what you can do is r.shadow.virtual.cache.force invalidate directional. So I can turn that on, and if we go back into the cache pages, cache page view mode, we can see that even though the sun's not moving, we're invalidating all of the cache pages, so I, as a tech artist, can sit there and profile that, which is super handy. So let's go back to that. And then I'm going to turn that back off because we don't need to be moving the sun around. Now, one of the things that we added in 5.3 that I think is really, really useful, and again, continued improvements, everything's getting better, is if I've got my weird little test object, I don't know, some sort of sci-fi object over here, if we go into the cache page view mode, I want to show this. So cache pages, right? So this is invalidating a few of its cache pages in that area. And if I go into the details panel for it, we've added this new option on a per primitive basis called shadow cache invalidation behavior. This is really cool because what this lets me do is say, hey, this thing is rigid. It's only ever going to invalidate cache pages when its transforms change, which is very helpful. Or I might have a situation where I want to put like decals on the side of a building or posters on the side of a modular kit piece, for example. And it's going to be a little masked card, and I want to make sure that it doesn't Z-fight. So I'm going to do a little world position offset to push it away from the surface. Because of that world position offset, Virtual Shadow Maps is like, hey, that thing moved, that's going to invalidate cache pages. But it didn't really. The shadows aren't changing because it's getting moved like 2 millimeters, right? So with shadow cache invalidation behavior, I can set this to static, and now it's not going to invalidate cache pages even though it's animating with world position offset. This is really handy. This effectively replaces the r.shadow.virtual.cache.max material position invalidation range. Bit of a mouthful. So now we've got shadow cache invalidation behavior, and the really cool thing is you can update this at runtime. This is the thing that you can change in Blueprint. So if you've got something that is going to move and then stop, you can set it to static when it stops, and now it's not going to invalidate cache pages, even though as far as the shader's concerned, it's getting moved over there every frame. This is a really cool thing. This is really helpful. One of the things that I do want to call out as well with Virtual Shadow Maps is that it's really helpful to hint the system that something could potentially invalidate shadow cache pages. And so the way we do that is with mobility. So if you've got something that is going to potentially invalidate cache pages, we're going to set it to movable so that the system knows to draw it into the dynamic shadow cache, or into the dynamic shadow map as opposed to the static map, because if it invalidated the static map, that would cause a higher shadow depth call because we've got more stuff drawing into the page. The other thing to watch out for with Virtual Shadow Maps, so say we've got a rock, and we've got our little cache pages here, and the rock, for some reason, this one little cache page gets invalidated, and we need to redraw it. Well, what's really good at drawing only the stuff that you need to see? Nanite, right? So when virtual shadow maps are drawing stuff with Nanite, we don't have to draw all of the stuff that's not within the area of the stuff that we're actually updating. Super handy. But if you've got something that's non-Nanite, and that little cache page gets invalidated, now we have to vertex shader for the entire object because that's non-Nanite, that's how that works. So this is why when we were talking about this earlier, Nanite, like if you're going to use virtual shadow maps, you really highly, very importantly recommend using Nanite geometry. It's a lot cheaper to draw in virtual shadow maps. It's one of those, I might have to kind of put my foot down on that. The other thing that I want to bring up with virtual shadow maps is local lights. So in 5.0 and 5.1, each light was projected, its shadows were projected individually. That's how it's always worked. In 5.2, we set the default so that it now does one pass projection. So what you can see, I'm gonna show you a little thing down here in the bottom. If you don't know this, the trace toolbar is really handy. So what I can do is say open insights after trace and save a trace snapshot, and it's gonna boot up Unreal Insights. This is a whole separate talk. But we can see down here we've got just this one shadow projection call. There's a little bit of trust me on this, but there's one shadow projection call even though we've got two local lights here. So if I go in and disable it, that's gonna be r.shadow.virtual.onePassProjection, and if I turn this off, then I do that trace again, snapshot, pop that up, go to the end, and we can see up here, and here's where I ran that console command, so I can isolate that, and we can zoom in, and now we see all of these shadow projection calls. So, right, context switching, GPUs having to do more stuff in a row, that's not great. One pass projection, we get all the shadows in one go. The reason I bring this up is that it was not the default in 5.0 and 5.1, and so if you've got a project that started in 5.0 and 5.1, you might not have this turned on by default when you've upgraded to 5.2 or 5.3, so make sure you go into your default engine INI and update that value. That's really why I bring that up. Hopefully this doesn't become a huge deal for you, but it is something that I wanted to bring up. All right, so let's turn that back on. Now, while I'm here, while I'm down in this building, I get to talk about some really cool stuff about debugging virtual shadow maps. So you notice when I go into that view mode, any of these view modes, virtual page, this is currently by default using the directional light, and I'm sure the people with really good vision can see down in the bottom corner, it says directional light. If I select one of the other lights, it's going to show me the information for that light. And you can see it updates that down in the bottom corner as well. And if you have debug view modes enabled on console and you want to figure out, hey, what is the thing, or you want to visualize a specific light, there is r.shadow.virtual.visualize.lightName, and you could just set that directly, and it'll update. The visualization will update to that light, which again, I think is really, really helpful. The other thing that I found that I really liked is r.shadow.virtual.visualize.layout2, and this will do a little like picture-in-picture for the virtual shadow map visualization and everything else on the other side. So if I wanted to switch to the other light, I could do that there. If I wanted to see what's going on in the frame, I can do that there. Super handy. And we're gonna turn that back to, oh, if you didn't know, if you do a question mark at the end of a console variable, it will print the help text into the output log. So if you're up on stage and you don't remember how this works, you can just do that really quickly and see how it works, and that saves you a bunch of time. Okay, so that's one of the things that we can talk about with shadow projection, right? We have to project a lot of, we might have to project shadows from a lot of lights, or we can do one pass projection. And if I haven't said this before, if I didn't say it yesterday, I know I haven't said it already, performance is a lot about trade-offs, right? Quality, performance. And that is none more apparent, I think, than in shadows. So one of the things we've got with virtual shadow maps is soft shadows, and we use a technique called shadow map ray tracing, which fires rays from the sort of physical radius of the light, and that's going to be set by the outliner, directional light, go to the details panel. That's going to be the source angle or the source soft angle. This is how we're going to cast very nice soft shadows. So maybe if I wanted to increase that, if I wanted a really big penumbra, I could like increase that to 10, and now I've got really nice soft shadows from that sun, right? That's great. But we're throwing out more rays, right? This is a ray tracing technique, and if you want to visualize this, we do r.shadow.visualize.advanced1, and that's going to give us a few more view modes that we can come down to, and we're going to see the SMRT ray count. So see all this red? The red is where we're sending out more than 4, I think it's 4 or more rays for shadow map ray tracing, which can be a lot. And I will say we do tune this with scalability settings. So if you do shadow quality, you drop that down a little bit, it's going to reduce the number of rays that we're sending out. So we're going to set that back to the default value. And you can see the area of increased ray counts is a lot lower. Okay, we're going to turn that off because that was a lot. And I will say there are a few console variables that we can tune to change this, because maybe we're able to accept a little bit of noise, but we want a bigger penumbra. Again, it's all about trade-offs. I'm not going to say that you can't have any soft shadow casting lights. Lights have physical volume. They cast soft shadows. It's not perfectly hard. But keep it sensible, right? Reduce the amount of overlapping lights. The overlapping soft shadow casting lights are still kind of a thing to watch out for. A lot of big area lights with really big penumbras isn't ideal. But like, you can have a little soft shadow as a treat, you know? All right, so action items, right? We're going to watch out for our shadow depths. That's mostly going to be caused by cache invalidations, and we're also going to watch out for the amount of non-nanite stuff we're drawing into virtual shadow maps. We're also going to take a look at our shadow projection. That's going to be soft shadows, overlapping lights, and we're going to make sure we've got one-pass projection turned on. Cool? Okay. Okay, so including yesterday, and now virtual shadow maps, we've covered a lot of systems that can cost a lot of time on our GPU, and I wanted to shift focus to stuff that can help reduce the GPU's overall workload. And the first one is world partition, and this is multiple whole separate talks. I just want to really specifically talk about the overlap between world partition and rendering performance. So the elevator pitch for world partition, right? We can separate the world up, a really big world up, into a bunch of streaming cells. We add toggleable layers. It lets us do things like 1 file per actor to reduce source control contention. That's really cool. As it pertains to rendering specifically, we're going to be able to stream out chunks of the world when it's no longer relevant to gameplay or to the view, and we can replace it with hierarchical LODs to simplify the representation and reduce our number of shading bins, which we learned yesterday was really important, right? Covered that. I do have a video in the links at the end of the show about non-world partition HLODs. Really, really briefly, world partition uses things called HLOD layers, which are data-driven assets, which I'm going to look at the world settings for that. Data assets, I can set this up. I can set what kind of type I want, and I can set a parent layer, and this gives you the ability to do hierarchical levels of detail, which is really cool. Check out the city sample. It's going to have a lot of really good stuff that demonstrates how to do this. Again, the main benefit here is that it lets us reduce the number of stuff that we're drawing, the amount of stuff that is relevant to the GPU. The added benefit of world partition HLODs is that with hardware ray tracing, we now get lumen far field, and we can put those HLODs into the lumen scene because it's going to be a lot cheaper to do that. So fun little stuff there, and that's it for world partition. We're done. So big things. We want to make sure we have sensible grid sizes, and we're going to use HLODs. Great. Whew. Oh, that was a really long section, y'all. I need a real long break. But the kind of bigger thing, the other really important thing to talk about is temporal super resolution. And this one kind of falls by the wayside when we talk about rendering features in UE5, because we've got nanite, high resolution geometry, we've got lumen, beautiful dynamic global illumination, virtual shadow maps, high resolution shadows, and you don't have to render as much. It's like it doesn't feel as important, but TSR is as foundational to UE5 as the other features. It is a platform agnostic just works, temporal upscaler, and anti-aliaser. And one of the big things here is that it works consistently across all of the supported platforms, regardless of hardware, plugins, user interaction, nothing. It's meant to just work. And the basic idea with temporal upscalers, right? We render really small, and then we can scale up our frame to our final output resolution, and then we don't have to worry about rendering a full native resolution. It lets us spend more time on the details and then upscale those results. So we don't have to update every pixel every frame. And the big thing with virtual shadow maps is that it needs, getting ahead of myself on that one. So the other systems, right? Nanite is going to give you a lot of your mesh within about a pixel. Pixel is resolution. Lumen is firing off rays from screen probes at pixels. Virtual shadow maps is scaling what it's drawing based on the resolution of the frame that's being drawn. They are all resolution-dependent features, and they are designed to leverage temporal super resolution, right? We get higher fidelity, we can do better work on fewer pixels, and then scale up the results. And the way that this works is, like, TSR is very smart about picking which pixels to reuse and where to put them. And the way it does that is with velocity. We need accurate velocities. You have to know where you're going to know where you came from so that we can put the pixels in the right place when everything's moving around. And the magic here is it knows when to use or reject a sample. The smearing and ghosting that came from temporal anti-aliasing is greatly reduced with TSR, but it can happen if we have bad velocities, if we don't know where we were going or where we're coming from. If you do run into, there are a few things that we kind of know about, and there are a few things that we're working on, but if you do run into issues, do let us know. We've got the bug submission form. If you're on UDN, absolutely post to UDN. One of the things I want to show you is what happens when you have bad velocities. So if I go into my details panel over here, go back up to the top. So we just added this checkbox for 5.3, world position offset rights velocity. I'm going to turn this off, and you're going to look at what happens to the water wheel. So because the water wheel is no longer outputting velocities, temporal super resolution doesn't know where it's going, and you get this smearing effect. You can kind of see it on the rim of the wheel. You can see it on these edges here. TSR isn't really sure what to do. And if you want to debug it, if you're running into issues, we can go to the show menu, visualize temporal upscaler, and this is going to show you all of the stuff that goes into it. And the big thing to watch out for down here is the motion blur visualization, which is going to show us what is or is not kicking out the velocities that we need. So we can see that TSR is smearing here because there are no velocities over here. And then if I grab that, pop that open, turn those back on, now you can see the reprojection results. You can see that it's got velocity, and that's what we need there. What I will say in UE5 main, if you want to take a look, don't use it in production, we also added a checkbox called material has animation, and that's going to help TSR, that's going to cue TSR that, hey, we've got like flowing lava or something like that, because the material itself is not going to write velocities out. That's going to cue TSR. Again, continuing to improve the capabilities and the stability of all of this stuff. Couple of tips and tricks. If you've got translucency, make sure that you've got output velocities if you've got something that's mostly opaque. And we've got that, got that, cool. All right, so the other thing that we want to talk about with TSR is our kind of baselines, right? Because the whole point is that we don't have to render a full resolution frame, but how do we do that? So on consoles, we're going to heavily leverage dynamic resolution. Dynamic resolution, hey, how long did it take to render last frame? Great, I'm going to scale down because it took really long, and then we're going to scale up the results. Generally speaking, we want to stay above 50%. And if you are ever testing, if you want to test for milliseconds, like if you're a nerd and you want to look at the numbers, so how many milliseconds did I save? Make sure that you're setting r.dynamicres.test screen percentage, and that's just going to lock it in at a certain value. Because what I don't want you to do is like throw a bunch of stuff in and performance tanks, but because dynamic resolution is happening, like it soaks that up for you. Or what I really don't want is you fix a bunch of stuff and then the GPU frame time stays the same, but the dynamic resolution percentage increased because now we can spend more time on just rendering the raw pixels. I do also want to add about this is that on PC, we're just going to do r.screen percentage. We're going to set that as a static value. And the other thing that I'll bring up about screen percentage is that even when you boot up the editor, you can see if we go into the screen percentage view here, we're not actually rendering this very frame at full resolution. We're bringing that down to about 70%. Got that. And then what I will say is like when we're talking about this, maybe you want to set like about if you hit it at about 75%, that gives you some buffer to soak up when you've got high intensity action sequences, and then when you've got a fairly static frame, we know that we're rendering a fairly decent resolution. But again, we really don't want to go below about 50%. And the other thing that I'll add about this is that if you are curious about how to set this up, if you want a better idea of because there are a bunch of console variables that go into this, take a look at the device profiles for Crop Out and for Lyra, the sample projects that we've got up on the marketplace, because those have really good numbers in them. And then you're going to ask me about what a device profile is. And good news, that's not a whole separate talk. We're going to talk about that real quick. Because again, we've got all these fancy graphics features, but we also have to scale that content. We can't ship a 4090 to everybody that's got a high-end everybody that's got a PC. We're running across a bunch of different consoles and hardware capabilities, so we need to be able to scale our content. Nanite, Lumen, and Virtual Shadow Maps aren't supported on all platforms, but I don't expect you to build like a underscore non-Nanite version of every asset in your game. That's ridiculous. There are a lot of features built into the Unreal Engine to help you automatically scale your content. There's a whole lot of separate talks, but I want to focus on the new graphics features specifically. But the rule of thumb is if you feel like you have to create separate stuff on a per platform basis, it might be worth rethinking that consideration. So the big one is with Nanite, right? We've got 30 million triangle meshes, and we can't fit that on a phone. The platform definitions that we create and maintain for, hey, I'm cooking out to a phone, I'm cooking out to a console, those contain whether or not that platform supports Nanite, and if it doesn't support Nanite, we just don't cook the Nanite content into that automatically. Don't have to worry about it. And like I said yesterday, instancing, instant static meshes and HISMs are still very relevant. If you're targeting non-Nanite platforms, make sure you're using HISMs. And the other big thing with Nanite is like, what do I do with my 3 million polygon mesh? I can't expect that to run on a phone. So the cool thing about that is that Nanite has this system called fallback meshes. And fallback meshes are used whenever ray tracing isn't available, and it's used, or when ray tracing is being rendered, and it's used for things like complex collision. And we're actually very familiar. We all know Nanite fallback meshes. This isn't a new thing. It's LODs. It's just LODs. It's traditional LODs, and all of the stuff that we learned about setting up automatic LOD generation for our meshes in Unreal is all still totally valid. What I do want to call out is that the fallback settings in Nanite settings is what's going to generate your LOD 0, and then LOD 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are going to use all of the LOD build settings that you've got down here. So make sure that you're still setting your number of LODs, make sure we're still using our LOD groups, all of that stuff is still totally valid. If you want to preview it, the cool thing that you can do in the static mesh editor, for example, is go to Show Fallback Mesh, and now we're looking at our fallback mesh, and I can select LOD 3, and we can see that change. The other thing that you can do, if you're really curious what your scene looks like without Nanite, and you don't want to send it over to your platform, r.nanite 0. Oh, don't take too long. Oh, it's going to take too long. There we go. All right, so now we're rendering without Nanite, and everything is just traditional LODs, and we can preview that really easily. And we'll turn Nanite back on. So with Lumen, the other big thing is that there are a lot of settings built into base scalability.ini. A lot of the defaults are meant to handle this. When we go to medium global illumination and reflections, we're going to use distance field ambient occlusion and screen space ambient occlusion and screen space reflections. When we go down to low scalability, there's no reflections, there's no ambient occlusion, and that's kind of intentional because some of these systems are fairly expensive. Again, that's the importance of scalability settings. And then with virtual shadow maps, if you disable virtual shadow maps, it's just going to revert to cascading shadow maps. All of the stuff in my YouTube video about this is still totally valid. We're using cascades, we're using distance field shadows, we're using far cascades. And then all of our mobile tips and tricks for doing performance shadows on mobile are still totally valid. And because, so for example, if you go into your directional light, you can see that the cascaded shadow maps, distance field shadow maps, all of these settings still work with, they're still exposed because we need to use them when virtual shadow maps aren't available. And then with temporal super resolution, a lot of this stuff is again mostly built into sg.anti-aliasing quality, and we're gonna look at Lyra and Cropouts devices profiles for that. And then again, you're gonna ask me what a device profile is, and these are really cool. These are really foundational for building cross-platform experiences. And it basically lets you customize console variables on a per profile basis. And so the big thing would be, scalability settings for, you could make a 60 frames per second profile that you boot up automatically. And you're gonna see that in the tools, platforms, device profiles. I'll let this boot up. So I can go in here and say, I wanna edit my Windows device profile so that the scalability for reflections is now 2. So that's going to make it high scalability by default. This stuff is really powerful. The Lyra docs on this and the Lyra device profiles are a great place to look and learn more. And if you ever want to test with any of these, the console command is dp.override, and you just pass in the name. Super, super helpful. Okay, so in summary, we've got virtual shadow maps. It's high-resolution shadows for high-resolution geometry that we don't have to update every frame, but the costs can add up if you render a lot of the shadows every frame, and add up if we're rendering a lot of non-nanite shadows every frame. World partition, if we're using it, it lets us reduce the CPU and render workload because we're streaming out stuff that's not relevant to the view. Temporal super resolution is going to let us render a smaller, high-quality frame and then upscale the results. And we can scale our content across platforms with device profiles and the systems built into the editor itself. And on that note, you can scan this QR code to go to the links. If you scanned it yesterday, it's the same QR code, don't worry. And I'm happy to take any questions. Oh, if you do have a question, please come up on the microphone.
three, get ready. 4, 3, 2, let's go, 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 go. On your mark, get ready, set, go, 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 go. On that jump that, get up and go, 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 go. On your mark, you ready, yeah, go. the show. 3, get ready. 4, 3, 2, let's go. Go, go, go. On your mark, get ready, set, go. Go, go, go. On that jump that, get up and go. Go, go, go. On your mark, you ready, yeah, go. For the money, 2 for the show, 3 get ready, 4 3 2 let's go, 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 go. On your mark, get ready, set, go, 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 go. On that jump, that get up and go, 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 go. On your mark, you ready, yeah, go. show. 3, get ready. 4, 3, 2, let's go. Go, go, go. On your mark, get ready, set, go. Go, go, go. On that jump, that get up and go. Go, go, go. On your mark, you ready, yeah, go. show. 3, get ready. 4, 3, 2, let's go. Go, go, go. On your mark, get ready, set, go. Go, go, go. On that jump that, get up and go. Go, go, go. On your mark, you ready, yeah, go. show. 3, get ready. 4, 3, 2, let's go, 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 go. On your mark, get ready, set, go, 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 go. On that jump, that get up and go, 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 go. On your mark, you ready, yeah, go. show. 3, get ready. 4, 3, 2, let's go. Go, go, go. On your mark, get ready, set, go. Go, go, go. On that jump that, get up and go. Go, go, go. On your mark, you ready, yeah, go.
Hello? No, not yet. Is it working? Yeah. Can you hear me? Awesome. So hello, everyone, and welcome to Reimagining the Horror, Lessons Learned from Layers of Fear. So the plan for today's speech is that I'm going to introduce the companies involved in the project. I'm going to talk a little bit about who I am. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about what is Layers of Fear and what was the production and the idea context for the project itself. And then we're going to go to the meat of it. I'm going to share some things that we learned during that development, and I set aside some time for the Q&A. So first off, Anshar Studios is a Polish-based company. We've been 11 years around. We're over 160 people, and we basically do AA, PC, and premium video games. We do it in a different manner. We do ports, we do remasters, we do remakes, full cycle devs, work for hire. We've been part of many projects, and our latest project was Layer of Fear, commissioned by Bloober Team. And Bloober Team is 15 years around. They have nearly 230 people, and they're #1 psychological horror developer out there. Their journey started with Layers of Fear, and it ends with Layers of Fear in that regard, because now they're moving more into action-oriented stuff with their, as I assume you know, upcoming remake of Silent Hill 2. And my name's Lukasz Hacura. I've been around the industry for 17 years. I'm a CEO and head of studio at Anshar Studios, but mostly my career was in production roles. I started out as a programmer, worked on various titles, and also the most recent one was Layers of Fear, released in June this year. You can follow me on Twitter or see my game dev articles on Medium if you want. So with introductions out of the way, what is Layers of Fear? Layers of Fear was developed back in 2016 by Bloober Team. It was their first entry in psychological horror. It was very well received. It won a couple of awards. It sold really well, and it was a pivoting point for the company back then. It told a story about a troubled artist that was a painter that wanted to create his opus magnum. So basically the theme is, you know, art is pain, similar like game dev. And a couple of years later, they created Layers of Fear 2, a sequel, which was fairly well received. It didn't sold as well as the first one, under the score as well as first one. There were some, the players saw some issues with the understanding of the narrative, and also mechanically, basically, Layers of Fear is a walking sim, right? I mean, it's a horror from a narrative perspective, but from a mechanical perspective, it's a walking simulator, and that scene also changed throughout the years, as you probably imagine. So what was the initial idea? Back in 2020, it was end of 2020, it was the launch year of the Gen 9, right? So PlayStation 5 and Xbox X6 and S. And the CEO of Bloober called me up. We were just finishing up the project for them. It was a remaster of Observer. It was a launch title for Gen 9, Observer System Red X. So hey, what's going to be our next project that we're going to work on together? And the idea was to remake Layers of Fear. In a sense, that it would be a nice bookend for Bloober Team because of their new strategy, going more into action horror games, to, you know, start and finish this journey with Layers of Fear. Layers of Fear originally was created in Unity, so we would build this game from ground up in Unreal. And also the marketing hook there was, hey, let's be one of the first games in the world that actually launched on Unreal Engine 5. The idea was to launch in at the end of 2022, by the way, originally. That didn't happen, but yeah, more on that later. Obviously, we were supposed to upgrade the art, use some of it, remaster, remake some of it. Obviously, all the lighting, all the pipelines from the perspective of art are quite different, so, you know, changing the materials and so on. There was supposed to be some minor quality of life improvements. like widescreen support, accessibility features, this kind of stuff, make it more modern in a sense of 2022, 2023 game. And because of the evolution of the genre, we also wanted to introduce hand animations when we were interacting with the objects, and boy, did we underestimated this feature, but more on this later. And obviously, it's a remake, right? So we need to sprinkle it with all the shiny tech, let's get NVIDIA on board, let's get Intel on board, let's get AMD on board, and finally, use the shiny techs from Unreal Engine. And apart from that, to give it more value, let's add some story content, around an hour's worth of new content in a form of a built-in DLC that you can play inside the game. So that was the initial idea. And a couple months in of our development, so it's like early 2021, we're providing Bloober with, with the builds, with the prototypes, with beauty corners. We're closing down on vertical of the game. And as you might imagine, I don't know if anybody of you played Layers of Fear, but the idea has evolved significantly, and I want you to be part of that journey of explaining to you, explaining what that evolution meant. So, first of all, the biggest fear from the marketing perspective was that we're not providing players with enough value in a sense that this is not a free upgrade, right? We're going to charge full indie premium AA price for this, right? So we don't want an outcry from the community, hey, why this is not a free upgrade? You're just remastering the art. Are we providing enough value to justify? And it's a remake of a game from 2016, so it's not like a 20 years old game or anything like that. So the fear was, are we bringing enough value to the players? So how we approached it is we come up with this concept of re-experience, that we're going to change a little bit of stuff from the level design perspective inside the game to allow for a new experience for players that already played Layers of Fear. From a technical perspective, it was kind of like a cube movie structure of the game. The game takes place in a mansion. The mansion has a lot of rooms, but from a technical perspective, those rooms can switch places basically and give you that should give you an idea of how narratively, maybe not narratively, but playthroughs can differ from each other and could differ from the original. Apart from that, to move a needle a little bit towards the action, we figured maybe we would add some kind of a micro mechanic that when you stay in the shadows for too long, you get some kind of damage. You need to go towards the light in certain areas, which was consistent with the horror theme of the game. So let's simplify that we have remade the level design in some ways to provide that value. But we haven't revolutionized it in any way, right? It was still a walking sim horror simulator, walking sim horror. And so the idea came that, hey, what if we did an anthology, right? Let's slap Layers of Fear 2 on top of that. Let's keep a price tag. We're going to remaster it because it's a newer game. You cannot say that it's a remake or anything like that. The game was made on Unreal Engine 4. Obviously, there would need to be some tweaks because of the different pipelines, different lighting, etc. We would improve upon things that were frowned upon in Layers of Fear 2. And we're going to make it, let's say, feature compatible with Layers of Fear 1. So, and this is the underestimation of hand animation feature comes in, because in the original, we built it from ground up, right, in Layers of Fear 1, because we rebuilt the game in Unreal. And in Layers of Fear 2, we needed to incorporate it into existing code base sequences and animation, which make it much more difficult. I think that was one of the most expensive features in the game. Should it be? Well, that's debatable. No, it shouldn't. It's not debatable. And obviously, we added the tech features, and we also added new content. So that was the new idea, that we were presenting this anthology to the player. Now we are definitely providing more value for buck, right? And players won't complain. So couple of months in, now we're over a year in the development into this. We have a lot of things built in. We're, let's say, after vertical. We have proof of concepts for Layers of Fear 2. And we build all that. We update the documentation, and we send it to external playtesting. And the results came back, and they were not good. Long story short, they were in like 50s and 60s Metacritic expected. And obviously, neither Anshar Studios nor Bloober team was happy with that result, right? Like, nobody wants to make an average game. Everybody wants to make a great game, right? So, and the main, let's say, the main charge against the game in the current state was that, hey, you're not providing enough value in a sense that this is not a big change enough. This is still a walking sim in its core. So I don't know if you know, but we decided to add combat to the game. And this was actually a running joke inside the company because we said after all the meetings when we were like, hey, what else we can change? I always said, please don't make us add shotguns to it, right? So, well, they didn't. It was flashlights or lanterns. It was not a shotgun. But the joke still stands. But it was added over a year inside of the development. And this is not a full set of remake. You're actually in deep. You're like 3 years in. And they're asking you to, add combat to a non-combat game. So we cannot like drastically change level design. We cannot like add arenas or stuff like that. That would be way over the budget. So actually, we were very light on that change. It's more like a mini mechanic in certain areas. Things attack you. You use a flashlight or a lantern to disperse the threat, and you move on. This is not like skill-based thing, right? But as you imagine, because of this all grew, the marketing at Bloober team had also difficulties communicating to the players, what the heck are we actually doing, right? Is it a remake? Is it a remaster? Is something in between? What's the new content? What's the new mechanic? Is it a new entry? Is it Layers of Fear 2? Like, it was very convoluted. I mean, I'm explaining it to you in the last 12 minutes, right? That's how much convoluted it was. So the idea was, and it came, as I remember correctly, from the CEO, Piotr Babieno from Bloober, to simplify it in a way that we're going to make it a singular title, right? Let's make it a single title that you can play from beginning to end. This means that you need to add some kind of a content in between that explains this narratively, that it's a singular experience in the same space. That's our lighthouse content. That's the connector. And because you have so much different content there, Layers of Fear 1, Layers of Fear 2, legacy DLCs like Inheritance, new DLCs, we added a hub structure similar to the Curator in Dark Pictures Anthology. So we basically stole this feature from Supermassive, thank you. And you could enter different things from that hub that you wanted to play, or you could play the game from beginning to an end. And that is the context of the scope of Layers of Fear. And the marketing at Bloober did an amazing job of trying to convey that. They come up with the term horror reimagined, right? So you have all those, it's Layers of Fear 1, Layers of Fear 2, new story content. It's built on Unreal Engine 5 and has new gameplay mechanics. But also important context on that is the production context and the changes that were happening at Anshar Studios throughout those over 2 years. Anshar Studios was transitioning from indie premium to AA. And I'm not talking about quality transition or even budget transitions, although budget is also a factor here. Because we did work on big games, right? Like Outriders or Divinity Original Sin. The fact of the matter is that we never worked in big teams, in a sense that at Anshar Studios teams usually were like 10, 20, 30 people at peak maximum, right? Like 30 people worked on Game Deck, for example, or on Observer System Redux. And as a company, we grew from 100 to 160, and Layers of Fear in peak had 50 people in production. And we're also making another project right now that is not announced yet that has over 80 people inside. So our production pipeline simply didn't work. First off, during that time, we introduced middle management, meaning that our leads became actual direct management of the of their subordinates, which basically changed the dynamic of how the information flows inside the company, who makes decisions, et cetera. And that was a changing period. But the most important change is that the company switched from departments to thematic teams inside projects. So like probably most companies out here, right, we also have departments like tech department, QA department, art department, et cetera. And we were set up in the same way in projects. So you have like a programming team, art team, design team, et cetera. Once you have like 50, 60, 70 people on the project, this is not sustainable communication-wise. So we switched to thematic teams, meaning like, I don't like the term strike team, because strike team has like this temporarity in the name to it, right? That we make our job and now we go and do something else. So that's why we use thematic teams. So like, hey, we're a combat team, we're a level team, right? And you have multi-specializational teams that have everything that they need inside that team to deliver on the mandate the team is responsible for. And that was also a huge cultural change that impacted a lot that I will touch upon later. So that's the whole context. And now let's see what happened of it, right? This is a technical trailer for Layers of Fear.
In this video, we will explore the Layers of Fear series' crowning work, the definitive way to experience the acclaimed franchise. With the new Layers of Fear, we've harnessed the power of Unreal Engine 5 to deliver stunning visuals and an immersive, nightmarish experience. Lighting is crucial for building tension and visual storytelling, and we've taken advantage of the new lighting system, Lumen, to achieve fully dynamic lighting. Hardware ray tracing allows us to achieve new levels of realism, crucial for building a terrifying atmosphere with lifelike shadows and reflections, which amplify the horror experience. We use the Niagara system to create even better particle effects that enhance the dynamism of the locations. Thanks to Unreal Engine 5, we benefit from several under-the-hood advancements that expedite the game creation process and are vital to creating a spine-chilling horror experience. These systems enable efficient optimization and seamless pipelines, ensuring exceptional quality for our intricately terrifying games. Whether you're playing on console or PC, you can expect a smooth 4K HDR experience that will make your gameplay experience even more thrilling. We invite you to enter the twisted world of Layers of Fear, powered by Unreal Engine 5. Brace yourself for the terror that cutting-edge technology can bring as you descend into a nightmare.
So now we can move to the heart of the presentation. So although I do think that you did learn a lot when I was talking about the production context. But okay, lessons learned. So first off, and that is building upon a lot of things that I already said about the context. We had a big issue in communicating to the team what the project actually is. And that was mainly due to the fact that we were a big team that was growing, middle management was just introduced, and they were set in the department divisions on the teams, right? So what happened is that, let's say a change came in, like we need to add Layers of Fear 2 to the roadmap, right? So what happened is production would draft up some, roadmap, like we think this is this, and then you go to the leads of the departments, you try to negotiate with them, hey, what's possible, what's not, what they think it is. But the leads of the departments don't have 100% of the information because they're often dependent on other leads, right? So after they talk with people in their departments, now they need to synchronize between departments, they need to go back to the production updates the roadmap. and the cycle starts all over again. It took sometimes weeks just to discern, like where we at and what are we trying to achieve here from the production perspective, right? And that was super challenging. And super also, I mean, from like a higher perspective, from like executive production perspective, I knew what we were doing, right? But from a specialist perspective, it was a very frustrating experience. It's like, hey, what actual time do I have to deliver on that feature, for example? When would that system came from the other department, for example, that is blocking me? Those informations were lacking. And the biggest fix for that, and we done it 6 months before, 6 months? 3 months? Like a couple of months before the intended release and like 9 to 10 months before the actual release, we introduced thematic teams. And a lot of people were scared that it's super late to introduce such a huge change on such a huge project and a huge team. I mean, huge in our context. I know that there are people in here that are working with 400, 500, 800 people on their teams, but from our perspective, that was a really huge team. So what we did is we actually did the switch. And I think, like, I'm 100% sure it was for the better. From the survey that I did before this, before making this talk, a lot of people on the team also agree with that, yeah, that was a very good move. So the idea is that you have all the necessary specialization inside that thematic team. Obviously, that's the dream, right? But you never have enough programmers. You never have enough of something. So it's impossible to have it in 100% like optimal setting, but it's still better than departmental split. The next thing is VOs. We were creating a horror game here, right? A lot of the horror comes from pacing, from proper pacing. I'm coming here, there's a dark atmosphere, something happens, some sound cue happens because of the trigger, and some voiceover happens, and it's part of an animation sequence. And how long that voiceover lasts, it's super important, right? It's a very important part of polishing the atmosphere of a particular scene. And as you probably know, you usually record voiceovers at the end of the production, right? Because that's the optimal way to do it from the cost perspective. You don't want to constantly re-invite actors and bear the costs of studio recordings of the voiceovers when you know that you're going to have changes in the writing, in the narration. So what we tried to introduce, but it was not a 100% success in Layers of Fear, and was a big problem. But we did introduce it in the other project, so I can now say for 100% that this is the way to go, is right now our pipelines are to generate VOs using AI, basically. I know that AI is a touchy subject, right? I'm not saying that you need to launch the game with generated AI voices. I'm saying use it in pre-production, because then at close to zero cost during production, not only pre-production, during the whole production. Because at the close to zero cost, you have voiceovers in your game. Obviously, they're not, good in a sense of final quality or anything, but it allows you for much better timings, and it saves you the time at the end of the project where you actually record the voiceovers, and now you're just tweaking stuff, not timing everything from scratch. Another thing is localization. Localization pipelines are tricky. We didn't have a dedicated localization manager, which was also pointed out as a big issue. So production handled localization. One of the producers had this responsibility. And the thing is that when you have multiple SKUs, because we have different games, like Layers of Fear 1, Layers of Fear 2, different teams delivering different DLCs in different times, and God forbid you have different vendors for different things, then suddenly you're getting input on multiple files from multiple sources, and sorting is hell. What is outdated, what's not outdated, what has been translated, what has not been translated, right? So obviously this should have been a part of some bigger system. It was not. It is a linear game. It's a narrative linear experience. So even having just one file that is a master file would be an improvement. The fact that we work on multiple files didn't help the situation. Although we have been working on a couple of RPGs, we also developed one fully, game deck, and a master file then doesn't help much if you have branching narrative, because it's also not readable in any sense. It's not useful to a human being. It might be useful to, as an input to a tool set, but to a human being it's useless then. But in Layers of Fear it would be good because it's a linear experience. I was talking about a lot of bad stuff. Let's try to talk about something positive. Animation tools in Unreal Engine 5 are amazing. Apparently, I never used them, but apparently they're amazing. What we did is we used EK retargeter, which is highly customizable, and we basically switched out our usage of Motion Builder for that. We used a control rig that allowed us to directly animate on an already lighted scene on Unreal Engine. At the end of the production, we got so good at it that we even sometimes directly imported stuff from mocap sessions into Unreal and just handle it inside Unreal without external software. We are working currently on 5.2 in a post-launch support for Layers of Fear. We know that there are some features in 5.3, like weighting models, that also seems like nice, and we'll, again, cut out some middle software in handling animation. But we really like the strategy here by Epic, right? Because the strategy is, once you have your stuff inside the scene in Unreal, like, you don't need to re-import. You don't need to go back to some other software. You should be able to handle everything inside that engine. That makes iterating much quicker, right? Which is nice. We're not there yet. Our lead animator estimates that with this speed of changes around 5.5, we're going to have like an amazing animation suite in Unreal, but we really like what we're seeing so far. We also built, maybe not a lot, but we built some custom tools mostly for the design, and that's actually an issue because, like, for example, our VFX team had a problem with the fact that they did not have enough tools, custom tools built to creating scenes inside Layers of Fear. And also, a lot of the tools were developed back when we were not in thematic teams, we're in department teams. So you have this issue that you are not, your team is not implementing something that they are going to use, right? You're just throwing the design over the fence. You wait 2 weeks, and you get thrown the tool back, in 2 weeks, and it might not be the thing that you ordered. It might not be, actually, the order might not be good. Obviously, you can sync, but the bigger the team goes, the bigger the team is. The sync usually would go through some kind of leads, et cetera, to make sure with production and priorities. It's a hassle. So right now, we try to structure as teams in a way that when you give, let's say, like a design order, like, hey, I would like this to happen, ideally, inside your team, there are people who are making this happen, which makes like the split of responsibility and ownership much better, and it cuts on iteration times. Another thing is, I love my artists. They're amazing. Artists are amazing. The thing is that they always want to do amazing stuff. And you don't always need amazing stuff, right? That's the real issue. And especially when you're making a remake and a remaster, the decision on how good can I make this model should not be in the hands of an artist, because the answer is going to be, that's going to be the best goddamn model in the world, right? That's the proper answer from the artist's perspective, but not from the production perspective. So we're now trying to cut out like any type of feedbacking on the assets from the quality perspective. Obviously, the assets should have a feedback on its technical specs, right? Is it like properly created? Are the materials set up correctly? Is it according to oral pipelines? But the feedback on quality should be on scene, right? What is the role of the asset on the scene? The art director or the lead should look at the bigger picture than the asset. Do not feedback the asset itself. Another thing, we had an automatic tests implemented. They were in their functionality, they're very simple, but it cut down immensely on the QA and on the making sure, hey, who broke the build? So we have a continuous integration built on Jenkins plus Perforce, and the automatic tests would run the game on all the platforms, running through all the scenes. We didn't have movement in it. That would be probably something that would be nice in future versions or on future games, that you add some camera or character movement to your automatic tests. But even that, launching every scene and having a preliminary report on the from the optimization side and from the fact that is the scene even working is immensely helpful. And code reviews, I don't know how it's in your companies. Like everybody agrees that code reviews are great, but nobody has ever time to do it. You know, it's like always you get into the closer you get into the lunch window, people tend to. It's like going to the gym, right? Nobody, like maybe not nobody, but a lot of people don't want to go to the gym. But after they went to the gym, they were like, oh, this was great. So the same thing is with code reviews, right? Like people are, do we have time for it? But then people actually involved in code reviews, universities say that it's a good experience for both the reviewer and the reviewee. Okay, now I mentioned that the design changed, right? The scope of the project changed a lot. I mentioned that we as a company changed a lot, but there was more change. The engine also changed a lot. So we began this game in late 2020, so as you know, it was 4.26, and there were some, hidden console next-gen branches that were almost like Unreal Engine 5. It was not there yet. So then we switched to early access, then we switched to 5.0, and then we switched to 5.1 during production. There were obviously multiple smaller patches along the way. And in some ways, it didn't hit us hard, and those transitions were pretty smooth. In other ways, it was brutal. One of the brutal parts was Lumen, which the pipelines for creating assets and the pipelines for creating materials and scenes changed throughout those versions a little bit. And that's one thing. The second thing is we were not experts, obviously, at Lumen when we started that. Like, nobody was back then. We had scenes directly imported, for example, from Unreal Engine 4 or from Unity, depending on the SKU that we're working on, which were not Lumen-friendly in any way, right? Like with wall thickness or anything. The texture values were too dark, the reflections were too subtle, there were problems with distance fields on merged concave walls. It was a lot of problems. And long story short, it took us about a year of that evolution of Lumen and also evolution of our pipelines and our know-how that we can now finally say, yeah, we understand Lumen, we know how to use it, it's an amazing tool, it has amazing effects. But the times we needed to relit stuff were suboptimal, to say the least, during production. So working on a work in progress feature has that effect. But what we have found out is that even if you're in a deep production, so you're not in pre-production, you cannot have all tested out all the pipelines, it's good to have those mini pre-production cycles. So like, hey, we need to introduce FSR, right, because it's a new thing, or we need to introduce this. Set up a small, actually, strike team, because it's a temporary thing, right? Set up a small strike team, do R&D, maybe not even on your project, on like some kind of a small demo, and they try to figure out how to actually incorporate that feature inside your production. It's going to be much more effective than doing it on your game, which is huge, and the consequences can be huge. Every time we did it, it was for the better. Like, for example, for HDR, we set up a small strike team. They tested it outside, how to do the proper calibration for HDR, and then we incorporated that back into our game. I could do a whole new speech, and someday maybe I will, on playtesting, so I'm just going to touch upon it. We were using playtest on both Observer System Redux and the Layer Sphere because Bluebird team wanted to check, like, let's brace ourselves, what's going on, what's going to happen, how the players will respond from the perspective of a consumer. So we're using external playtesting agencies for that. We also had internal playtests, but they were on developers, so it was not like a proper UXR process with a playtesting lab, surveys, etc. And the thing is that in my understanding right now and where I'm standing is that UXR should not be a publisher tool, right? It should be yours. Usually publishers want it too late in the process to actually change something in the game. So the only thing that you can do is actually like brace for impact, right? Like how we're gonna shape our messaging of the game. But you cannot do a lot of the game. So right now on all our projects at Anshar Studios, we're incorporating UXR. We have our own playtesting lab. We have our own UXR department. We are inviting real players, not developers, to play our games. And it's incorporated into the milestones of a production. Obviously, that's a big cultural shift on thinking. There are companies out there who are doing this for years. There are companies here. There are also companies out there that's saying that, hey, it's the creative art, you know, and numbers are not going to tell me what am I supposed to do with my design. So it is tricky. How's the design versus UXR, the player's feedback go inside your company? But I do think it's very, very beneficial. So let's leave it at that. And finally, the challenge of consistency. As you know, as I hope you understand, we're struggling with the scope, in a sense, how this game will be perceived by the players. And one of the mandates that we received was, think of it in a sense, what would Layers of Fear look like in 2022 or 2023 when it would come out? Like, what types of features would a walking sim horror have? The thing is that now I know the answer to that question, and it's not a good answer. I don't think that we want a walking sim right now in 2023, right? Which is kind of a scary answer to that question. I'm very happy that we made this game. But you had this target audience trap, because on one hand, you wanted to deliver a good, fun service, right? People who played Layers of Fear needed to have fun playing Layers of Fear. On the other hand, you know that this is not a mass market genre, so to make it more mass market, you need to skew it more into an action genre, which is, by the way, Bloober's current strategy, right? So from my perspective right now, I would say that you would need to choose, right? You either go Alan Wake Remaster, which is basically we're doing a fun service, we're not doing any drastic changes to the core gameplay loop, or you go Final Fantasy Remake, right? You go like, hey, turn-based is not the way to go for mass market. That was before Baldur's Gate, but I do believe that this is an exception, not a rule. So you do either or, right? And we were kind of stuck in the middle, and you can see that in the reviews and the reception of Layers of Fear, right? They're not bad reception, but it's not amazing. That's exactly that this game is kind of stuck in the middle. But to summarize it, if I would told that story like at the beginning of production, nobody would believe me that this is the changes that we're going to go through, right? And we're able to deliver 2 games in one with new content, with new mechanics, with a new quality bar from the art perspective and quality of life perspective, on a work-in-progress engine, and we sim-launched it on multiple platforms like PlayStation, Xbox, and PC. And we did it as one of the first in the world on Unreal Engine 5. So it was obviously possible because of the team. I thank you very much, my team at Anshar Studios. This is just a handful of them. As I said, there was around 50 people involved at Anshar Studios in production of Layers of Fear. Thank you to Bloober team for the co-development and the opportunity and the publishing. It was around 20 people involved on the Bloober team side. So that was overall a huge collaborative effort. Thank you, and we have some time for questions.
show. 3, get ready. 4, 3, 2, let's go. Go, go, go. On your mark, get ready, set, go. Go, go, go. On that jump that, get up and go. Go, go, go. On your mark, you ready, yeah, go. show. 3, get ready. 4, 3, 2, let's go. Go, go, go. On your mark, get ready, set, go. Go, go, go. On that jump, that get up and go. Go, go, go. On your mark, you ready, yeah, go. show. 3, get ready. 4, 3, 2, let's go. Go, go, go. On your mark, get ready, set, go. Go, go, go. On that jump, that get up and go. Go, go, go. On your mark, you ready, yeah, go. show. 3, get ready. 4, 3, 2, let's go. Go, go, go. On your mark, get ready, set, go. Go, go, go. On that jump, that get up and go. Go, go, go. On your mark, you ready, yeah, go. ready, yeah, go. show. 3, get ready. 4, 3, 2, let's go. Go, go, go. On your mark, get ready, set, go. Go, go, go. On that jump that, get up and go. Go, go, go. On your mark, you ready, yeah, go.
Good? All right. Can you all hear me? All right. Hello, everybody. My name's Ray Benefield. We're going to talk about finding the fun. This is going to be fairly casual. I'm anxious like crazy. I'm just going to own it. Y'all we'll work with it. All right, so this was me. That was State of Unreal, beginning of this year. That was honestly less stressful than this. We had a lot of rehearsals then. I had a teleprompter. I could read in the crowd. It was great. I'm just going to talk to words on a screen here. That's very different. I'm lucky to be here. I got recruited by Epic Games last year in May, directly out of the community. So I've been a product designer, a tools designer, and helping Epic try to find ways to improve the product for our creators. I was pulled directly out of the community. This is my first real gaming industry job. I used to be a software architect. And my goal here has been be an advocate for the creators, for the developers in the community. I would frequently be the UEFN expert prior to launch because I had the experience of Fortnite creative devices mixed with programming experience for Verse, mixed with Unreal Editor experience and Unity and whatnot. It was super valuable as we went up to launch. Talk about imposter syndrome, though. I have been a game designer for 16 years. I started in-game editors and Unity, Game Maker, the works, particularly in Halo. But I've been making games also since day one of Fortnite Creative. We're almost at our, 5-year anniversary, December 4th-ish. And I've had millions of plays across the platforms, the experience of making a game, putting it out to players, being excited to get in front of everybody and everybody saying, I hate this, do something different. Lots of fun. But prior to that, I was a software architect. I've been coding since I was 14, 21 years now. Recently Verse, of course. But especially Node.js for 8+ years. I've done C#, PHP, Java, a little bit of Python, lots of different languages here and there. My specialty was developer automation, CLI tools, serverless architecture, cloud architecture. I've done the works. So we're going to start with a bunch of disclaimers because I put a lot of focus in talking to you guys this week. I love it. I love all of you guys. So there's going to be a lot of words on the screen, and I wanted to handle this like kind of like a fireside chat, just having a talk with you guys, making it relatively unstructured, because a lot of this is pretty theoretical and kind of just a point of discussion rather than something awesome and technical like what Jay did earlier with his juicing mechanics. That was awesome. Next disclaimer. A lot of this is going to kind of feel like common sense because we're talking about like the fundamentals of games, like game mechanics, fun, and what a game is, and things like that. But I am a big believer in studying common sense and understanding why something is common. Common sense is only common to the people that it's common to. So understanding the common sense that exists and breaking it down allows you to make new common sense and also know when to break the rules, because breaking the rules can help you stand out, and we need a lot of that, right? Next disclaimer, this is not a guarantee for success. I had to tell it, this is a bunch of like, think in a different way. Try different things, explore, innovate. But the goal is to try to learn from the current platform, what's currently there. But this is also not a talk only for Fortnite. This is game design in general, but it's learning from Fortnite itself and how to piggyback off of Fortnite's success and become a successful creator in the space. All right, so yeah, Fortnite. Reason why a lot of us are here today, if not all of us. Hugely popular, like crazy, and for a lot of different reasons. An aspect of it is fun, though, and I think there is a key portion that is worth breaking down. And a lot of people will probably be like, yeah, Battle Royale was really what made Fortnite, but Battle Royale is a game mode, and I think we can go a little bit deeper than that in terms of design. So Fortnite's main first-party game modes, Save the World, Battle Royale, and Zero Build. They're all very different, but I don't think it's the game mode that really makes the fun in Fortnite. They all have various values that are a lot of fun to different players, different people, but they all come from core components of having fun. As a software architect, I like to break things down into smaller pieces. It's a lot of fun. So I did the same thing with game design, and it's fun. So I think what really makes Fortnite a quality game, something that's fun to play in a variety of ways, and why we have an ecosystem with lots of games that has the potential to be successful, is because it's a sandbox of toys. That's really what it is. I remember reading some concept in, I don't know, it was a Gamma Sutra article or a GDC talk or something years ago. It's been 16 years. Mentioning toys, and I've realized while working on this talk and while rewriting it over and over and over again in my head, that it really comes down to toys. And there's a lot of wonderful aspects that you can kind of put together if you think about it in that way. So what do I mean by toys? I'm talking about essentially what a lot of people call systems. These are things, entities that have actions that kind of interact with each other. It's what you would expect a toy to be, right? And in Fortnite, we have tons of different types of toys. We have environmental toys. We have grind rails. We have the environment. The buildings themselves are toys that can be broken down. We have ascenders, zip lines. We have vehicles and other entities that can be possessed, and it changes your actions. And we have items that we can pick up, interact with. And I think one of the things that makes Fortnite great is that it is just more and more toys. The Fortnite team is really, really good at putting out more toys. Every 2 weeks, something new. And it's something fun to experiment with. And one of the things that makes a toy unique is that from a game mode is that it's about having fun without objectives. Just using the thing is fun. And I think that's something that we can all learn a lot from. Just playing around in a sandbox, right? But Fortnite's made up of a lot of toys, but I would say the most important toy is the character. I don't think people think about it in this way a lot, but the character has a lot of actions that players get used to, and it's a common element between all of the game modes. And something really interesting that I think helped Fortnite take off was really the concept of building. And the cool thing about building is that you have a toy that makes other toys. You're contributing to the environment, and the things that you're contributing are related to your environment. You have buildings that can also be broken. I don't know how many of you have played around in the environment a lot, but I know I have taken a moment to take my pickaxe, break the bottom of a building, and just watch it fall. Yeah. Right? It's just fun to do. And I think learning from that aspect of toys and stuff is really interesting. And I think the character of Fortnite really helped. Like Saves the World was a great example of doing building first, but then putting it into a battle royale space where you're using the same toys, but in a different context, makes it very interesting. So why was this successful? Do we know why games like vertical death runs are fun? It doesn't use building characteristically, but we saw the success of this, right? And I think one of the things to really think about growing up and learning and stuff is that locomotion is fun. I'm sure even as adults, just like me, people will skip the lines on a sidewalk, balance on the curb. It's a lot of fun. Mastering 3D space and walking around is an enjoyable aspect of things. And so it's interesting because when you take away the building aspect of things and you focus on a different aspect of the toy, like locomotion, then you can get different experiences. You can add, toys are fun without objectives, but then you can add different objectives based on the toy's actions, right? And so when you take away building, because now building is a skill gap-based mechanic, eventually people are going to be like, either decide to master it or not. So introducing zero build was a wonderful thing, but more than just the locomotion, we added more locomotion aspects, right? So we added sprinting, sliding, mantling, adding more interactions for players to master with an existing toy that they were comfortable with. So zero build's great. Let's build on that even more on why red versus blue might be successful. Right? The thing about Battle Royale and zero build is when you are running around the environment, you're collecting toys, you are investing a bunch of time, you're not using those toys typically, and then you get into combat and you die, if you're like me. If you're playing bots, you might not die. Great, love it. But the thing that I think makes red versus blue great is that all these toys that you get to use at a rapid pace, right? So you have all these toys that you've seen in Battle Royale, and now you get to play it in a quick, repetitive gameplay cycle. But all of us here realize like that there are better games out there, right? Like Elden Ring's come out and Baldur's Gate and lots of other stuff. So why are people playing red versus blue? And I think it's valuable to think about the fact that a lot of our audience, for some of them, Fortnite's their first game. It's the first time they've had these toys that they've been building these interactions with and growing with this toy. And if you think about growing up in your favorite toy, like that's hard to break apart from. You get used to it, you learn how to use it, you master it, and you know all the little bits and details about it. And so it's about, like, if you reduce the scope to what players' experiences are, think about maybe this is their first game. Red versus blue starts to look a lot more appealing because it's a toy that they've grown comfortable with, and red versus blue keeps releasing, like every time Fortnite comes out with new toys, jump into a red versus blue game and just start playing with them, right? And exploits aside, we have a lot of toys in the sandbox to play with. And a lot of the great things about toys is that there's an aspect of mastery or abandonment. Players will eventually get to the point for certain actions for the character where they'll be like, I want to spend time learning how to do this and getting better at it. People will spend lots of time trying to get to the very top of a vertical death run. People will take the time to master their building skill, or they'll be like, I'll learn building one day, I'll put it off, and I'll keep that toy on my shelf until I'm ready. Or it'll be like, I'm never gonna be good at building, so I'm just gonna abandon it, right? The thing is, Fortnite's an existing ecosystem that you're building games on top of. And understanding that existing toys and this attachment to those toys is something that you're going to have to learn to work with. There's an aspect of attachment and investment. A lot of people have invested many, many years in using these things. They're not easily going to abandon them. It's not something they're going to just let go. If I spent years learning how to build, I'm going to flex it as much as I can. I wish I had that kind of time. So the cool thing is, I think it's an interesting thing to think about it from this perspective, because I think one of the reasons that Zero Build was so successful was because it took all the toys that we have in our sandbox and it gave it a completely new context. They're all usable in a way, but they feel different because the rules are different. And so now your toys have a new aspect of mastery to it, right? So Zero Build was an aspect of refreshing the sandbox. I'm sure a lot of you remember when the Shockwave first came out. That was a blast, shooting through buildings, shooting through other players' builds. Turns out, Shockwave's extremely powerful in Zero Build. And when you learn that, it feels great. The, what's the cow pusher thing that goes in front of cars that you attach to it? Like, that was a great toy to play with cars and stuff like that. But then in Zero Build, it's now a form of building cover, and you lost your ability to build cover before. So that refresh of the sandbox was a great experience for all of Fortnite. But this isn't the first time that Fortnite has done this, because we've had Save the World in the past. Save the World had essentially the same toys, different ways, right? We had weapons, and we had rarities, we had buildings and traps and stuff like that. And then Battle Royale took those same toys and put it in a new context. And now you're competing with other players. I think thinking about it in that way will help you find new ways to use the tools that you have available to you to make something new that's different, that's not red versus blue, right? So I want to go back to the fact that we have a character. It's very important. Players are very attached to this. You're not going to easily get away from that. I know you want to build new games and exciting games that have nothing to do with the character, but first you have to get them off of this. And there are ways to do that. And you can do that through exploration of toys interacting with other toys. Right now we have a bunch of existing toys. You have lots of different tools at your exposure. You have lots of devices that you have access to, pinball bumpers and stuff that people haven't tried to explore. How do I make this, a toy mechanic in my game? There's a lot of things that you can use, and you can use that in interaction with the toy that all players are used to. And then you can introduce new toys. You have a whole new tool that's available. You can make things with verse, with devices, put them together, build your own toys, and then get that character to interact with those toys. Eventually, you're going to get to a wonderful point where you can get people to care about other toys more than their character. So all of you have lunch, right? I hope so. I want you to do some homework, take some time, and highly recommend watching this video, Practical Creativity. It breaks down game mechanics to abstract elements, and it's really valuable. I religiously watch it like at least twice a year. Super valuable. Please do that. It'll help you think about game elements in a very different way, and it'll be valuable in your exploration of like new toys. So when we're talking about new toys, we've got things like tycoons and pets. And if you think about it in this way, where you're using the existing toy to interact with other toys, you've got your character. Tycoon is building environmental toys. You walk up to a thing, build a thing, and it starts doing a thing, right? And then pets are going to be like you walk up, interact with the thing. This is a little more dynamic, probably doesn't stay in the same place. That's going to be where a lot of the new fun is. That's my prediction. I hope I'm not influencing the market too much, but that's my prediction. Learning to make these new toys is going to be valuable, but you want to learn to interact with the current toys in the current environment. Make sure that you understand what players are sacrificing. What are they giving up to use your toys? Is it a valuable trade for them to give up the mastery that they have of building? I haven't seen very many people do it, but take building as an interaction. Use building outside of a combat context. What can you do with building that's different than your typical red versus blues, your zone wars? Put it in a different context. When you're making these new toys, there are 2 talks that I really hope you saw on juicing and playtesting. Juicing is done by Jay. It was a phenomenal talk. One of the values of juicing, this is polishing your mechanics and making them feel good. When you're thinking about toys, you can have a thing that just moves left and right, but if it makes a sound, if it squishes, stretches, moves, if it interacts with the environment, if it makes sense in the context, it's going to feel better. It's going to be more fun to play with. It's key aspect of toy design. And then playtesting by Brad. If you haven't seen that talk, watch it later when it's up and available on YouTube. Because we don't do enough of that in this community. And I think playing with these toys and interacting with these toys, you want to get playtest with other people. All of you are gamers. Get your friends to do it. Give feedback. Is this fun? Does this feel good? It is absolutely valuable to understand these toys better. Now, red versus blue has the bonus of getting free toys every time we add stuff to Fortnite. That is going to be very hard to beat because red versus blue, like every time a new update comes out, boom, we released 2 new weapons, right, in the first 30 minutes of the patch. It's great fun, love it. And that's gonna be hard to beat. But if you can do something, if you can understand why red versus blue is fun in the way that it is, that you're adding new toys, my thought of what's going to be kind of the next like golden ticket is learning to create something like what Zero Build did, like what Battle Royale did, and have a new context for all of the new toys to be valuable in. So when we release a new toy in Fortnite, it's different playing Zero Build, it's different playing Battle Royale, it's different in your game. And if you think about it in that way, you will also get the free toys that red versus blue gets. You get that free content, that's valuable. That was my golden ticket talk. So the next big thing is not likely gonna come from Epic. It is gonna come from the community. Exploring, trying new things. Do not be afraid to try out new things. I know it's uncomfortable to not ride the wave of success, but I think there's a way to do that while also experimenting and trying new things and keeping players interested and engaged and eventually getting them to care about another toy. They're not likely to abandon their toys. I think a lot of us might still have stuff from when we're young, right? Do not be afraid to innovate. It's gonna be hard, it's gonna be tough, but I think it'll be valuable. And I think you'll find something that is worth exploring or learning from, because every toy you make, you might learn from it, even if it's not something worth keeping. So, I feel like I could have slowed down, made this a little longer. I have more to say, I promise. So, you can find me on Twitter and on X. These are my business cards. I'm just gonna leave them down here. Okay, y'all cool with that? Please find me, talk to me if you have ideas. It would be great to hang out with you guys at the booth. The show's still going on for a while. Come hang out. And not only that, we can go into QA, but more than just me to ask questions, you have an entire team of people working on this product that care about it, that have valuable experience. Do not be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid to compete with other people. Feel free.
say go. show. 3, get ready. 4, 3, 2, let's go. Go, go, go. On your mark, get ready, set, go. Go, go, go. On that jump that, get up and go. Go, go, go. On your mark, you ready, yeah, go.
Can you guys hear me? Okay. Welcome to this talk. I put together this talk as a follow-up of last year's talk on stylized materials. I don't know, show of hands of anyone that saw the stylized materials talk from last year. That's okay. They are available. I made a block of materials that I put up on the marketplace. If you want to get into stylized materials, you can check those out. This is basically not a tutorial, but we're going to just kind of cover some techniques that I've discovered on how to stylize your animations, how to get away from, super photorealistic looks, which the engine is very good at. I think there have been a lot of productions in the last couple of years that people would agree are very stylized, and they're interesting. And so I get a lot of questions as to how to do that in the engine, and so these are some of my findings. One of the things that you can sort of take a look at, some of the things that I've used, animating the UVs of textures, world position offset, those are super useful, and I'll show you how. Procedural control rig and using stepping animations to get things to look more interesting, also with animated UVs. Stepping panners, which is something I discovered, and it's absolutely cool for getting a little bit, when you want to animate UVs, usually it's real smooth, and what a stepping panner does is it's going to make it more stepped. And Niagara, it has some features in there that I'd like to show you guys, both on the stop motion kind of looks, but also putting lines around characters and get that sketchy look that you can't really normally get without a post-process. And then a lot of people want to use traditional animation in their projects, and part of that is a challenge. And so I want to cover some of the techniques that I've discovered in that. In Fire, this particular setup, I'm using a Niagara particle system, and while it may seem complicated to get into Niagara, it's strictly just animating UVs and pulling that stuff up. I'm going to get into the engine in a little bit, and we can show some of this stuff. But basically, we're animating the UVs of a texture on some spheres. I'm using a mesh renderer, and it's going up. In the particular system node of the Niagara system, which is 2 nodes, there's a thing called fixed tick delta time. It's a parameter in the system node. And you can tell that by saying, if you wanted 6 frames per second, you could say 1 divided by 6, and it'll start to just step. So the particles will update on a sort of a stair step or a stop motion kind of effect. It's really useful, but it's not the best named feature, I would say. And then traditional animations, the bottom little thumbnail there, it's just talking about a couple of different ways, and I'm going to show you guys how to get traditional animations in, either through material swapping or texture swapping in materials, and I'll show you why each one of these techniques is valuable. In terms of animating UVs and world position offset, this particular effect is the lightning itself that's coming into the creature is a repeatable texture that has a stepping panner in it, and it also has world position offset running through a noise that changes the repeat. So it's not as noticeable as it comes through, because sometimes you can see a repeat and it just looks like, 1969 cartoon backgrounds or something. And so it's really one of the things that I wanted to try and get away from. And so the lightning is put on a super high-res mesh, and I'm changing the world position offset of the mesh so it distorts the lightning as it's coming through, and it's very effective. This is a bit of the graph on how to do some of that, and like I said, I'm going to get in engine in a second and try and show you guys a little more closely. And this is the stepping panner idea that I'm talking about. And stepping panners take a few parameters And the parameters that they use can basically dictate how fast it goes, how much time it takes to go between frames, how many frames, what is the total span of time. And it's something that I just had to sort of dial in. And you can see that as one of the parameters at the very bottom, it's just set to 0. I couldn't figure out what it did. So I just said, okay, I'm gonna leave that alone because I'm getting a result that I want. And sometimes that happens. The idea that I had behind this whole exploration was to make these things art directable, number one, and number two, approachable. I didn't want to get overly complicated with these solutions, and I think a lot of people wanting to get into the engine and do cool things kind of have that same sentiment. This particular piece, this candle, which I'll show you as well, uses procedural animation in control rig, and in 5.2, maybe 5, yes, 5.2. Local chain dynamics. This node was introduced, and it gives a really smooth way to put a tail on an animal or whatever you want. And if you animate one of the controls, all the other controls just sort of sway and try to get back in line to where they were in relation to the control that you've moved. And so what I do is I take that control and I procedurally animate the control itself using a couple of sine waves. So I'm just having it wiggle back and forth in kind of a random way. And because the flame itself has joints and this local chain dynamics, it's really, really nice, and it gives a super sort of a random flow to the waving of the candle. Now, also, I'm animating the texture map inside and on the edges of the candle. And so that really gives a nice, we can still get that steppy look, we can still get the procedural animation, and I don't have to do anything else to it. Now, in the fire, I sort of started explaining that, but here's a larger version of that image. And these are just spheres with an animated texture. So I'm stepping the spheres in their progression using the fixed tick delta time parameter in the system, the Niagara system, in the system node. And then also I'm animating the textures of the flames. So it's the same texture that I'm using on the candle, but I'm using it on these spheres in the Niagara particle system, and it's quite effective. And I'm thinking this is it. Initial mesh orientation. Okay, there's a thing about the Niagara particle animation, and so by combining the previous material techniques with the mesh render in Niagara, we can leverage the dynamic system, and we can also cache all this to sequencer, so it makes it really, really nice and art directable. That's the most important part. Now, hand-drawn animation. Everyone wants to do hand-drawn animation. It's like, how do I get my frames? I've been in Procreate. I want to make some cool frames of this animation, smoke animation or whatever, and I want to get it in my piece. And so you can import all those textures as frames. Let's say 4K, whatever, 2K, whatever your preference is on as far as an aesthetic. Don't do 8K, but 4K is probably good. And then you can bring it in. And in this example, what I've done is I said, okay, I'm going to set a material array. Each material has one of those textures on it. It's like, okay, I got all my textures, I got all my materials, I put all the materials in an array, and then in the sequencer, I'm binding an event in my blueprint, and that event is what triggers it to go to whatever the variable I set to an index. So if I have 8 materials, then I'm going to say, trigger this event each frame in a repeatable event, and this is it's not a straightforward, and I think it's an obscure feature, but I have another technique that I'll explain that makes this process a little bit easier. But when you bind an event, you're actually triggering in the sequencer that event to go off. Then it looks at the variable that I've set and keyframed in the sequencer, and it changes to the material that I want it to be. So you can get someone to talk, you can do anything in terms of an effect. If you want to trigger your lightning, then you could start it at a particular time. Again, art directable and deterministic. Another technique of hand-drawn animation is to use a flipbook or a sub-UV. So this is particle sub-UVs, and I'm going to be using sprites. So I drew all these images, and they're 4 by 4, so there's 16 images. And then I said, okay, well, if I have these images, then there may be some other cool things that I can do with it. And I love comic books, and I love the look and the aesthetic that comics give. And so I wanted to say, okay, how can we make this comic verse? You know, let's do something interesting here. And so you pipe in your animation, your stuff, into the sub-UV. Now, this is a flipbook example that's in here. But in the example you're going to see, it's like, okay, we have a flipbook. Well, that's not good enough. We want to run it through the sprites. Okay? So I take my texture, I run it through the particle sub-UV, and then I have a color. It's like, okay, we're going to give it a color. We're gonna do some things. It's going to be great. The art director comes around and he said, that's cool and everything, but it's just green. Can we get some color in there? And so I have to go back. I go back into, and I add another particle sub-UV into the color, and I can get randomized colors now in how the sprites are coming about. And so the result there is going to be something a little more interesting, something that, you know, hopefully the art director may like or not, who knows. So I'm going to toggle over and switch over to the engine real quick. And I think what I can do pretty quickly here, if possible, oops. Bear with me. Window and viewports. Okay, and let me get my slides up. Go to, okay. So we're going to talk about these for just a little bit. And this particular one is what I was talking about earlier. And I think I've got something here. Yes. So the animated UVs are being offset. And that happens up in this zone here. So as we append the U and the V, or X and the Y, time is driving that movement. But I don't want it to be smooth, and that's where the stepping panner comes in. It's really an awesome feature, and I encourage you to look at it in terms of stop motion type of effects. Let's see, if I go to the next slide. So the result here, and you know, this is my opinion, I think it looks kind of cool. You know, you could also, because it's Niagara, I could have the fire coming out of the dragon's mouth. I could have this be a giant explosion and then just go away. But the idea, and I looked at a lot of reference for flames and how artists draw flames in stylized ways. And it's really important, and I think that's important no matter what, is to look at reference of what kind of style that you want to do. And so flames have these rounded, very rounded edges, and they're carved out, and you know, it has points and stuff. And so by animating the texture that comes through here, it actually makes it very much like a stylized fire. It's kind of cool. The dragon likes it. Let's see. The candle I want to get into a little bit in terms of the, let me get the details panel up here. In terms of the, first of all, I got to get this up for you guys. Content drawer, sorry. Bear with me. Okay. So this is the texture that's feeding the spheres of the fire, of the large fire and of the candle. And so I've got these blobby surfaces here. And if we look at it as a plane, it might be, yeah, here we go. So I've got two textures. It's actually the same texture, but it's offset from itself. And they're being translated at different rates of speed, and that also adds to the random nature of the flame that we're looking at. And that's kind of a nice technique. And if we look at the texture itself, that's kind of what's going on here. So it's the same texture, but it has two different UV offsets, and that's just kind of what's happening here. It's a very smooth, I didn't put a stepping panner into this particular fire, It's a very smooth, it just keeps going. But those circles sort of overcome each other. And in my material, because it's a material instance, I have some of these parameters that have been exposed, and I can slow down one side or speed up, you know, however I want, and I can offset them. Whoops, that went away. Okay. In this particular example, I'm doing both, but I wanted to show you that world position offset and that high-res mesh, because it does add some more random nature to the repeat. The smoke has a repeat, but by really pulling this mesh apart and stretching it, the smoke, you can see that it's getting a little more distorted and in an unpredictable repeat. And I think that's an important thing. And then the green bubbles, that's the same as the fire. It's just green. And this apparently has to compile. That's what we're looking at. Okay. Well, one thing I can do, animation on twos. Oh, I don't know why that didn't compile. Of course, I explained it already, but this is disconcerting, so I apologize. Okay, let's see. Yeah, in this particular case, I'm just going to scrub by these two that are compiled. The sprites aren't compiling. So, and all this was working just fine the other day. What did I do? I don't know. So in the sequencer, I'm changing out how these two operate. One of the blueprints has some information on it and is triggering through the sequencer, and I'm going to bring the sequencer over so you guys can see that set up. If we can get to it. It'll be easier to do this. Whoops. Sorry, guys. Okay. So what I've done in the sequencer is I've set up this event, and it's kind of a lesser known way to set up an event, but my blueprint, I've got a custom event in it, and I want to call it. And so this event is basically right here, and it's being bound from my anim sequencer event. And so it's a repeater. There's two different kinds or types of events. You can do a trigger or a repeater. Repeaters happen on every frame. And so every frame I'm saying, hey, update my lightning. And the way that the blueprint is set up is to say, okay, and I can also do a modulo. So if I want it to play on 2s or I want it to play on 4s or whatever repeat, I can set that in the blueprint and have it to do that, which is right here. So if I say, okay, I've got this set up, and I can say, okay, I want it to be on 2s. And animate on frame is going to come into here and say, okay, on 2s. If the modulo is at 1, then the condition is true. And so I set my anim frame, and one of the important things about that, if I want to expose it to cinematics, I can set that and have it go half the animation on 2s, and I could keyframe it to say, okay, now it's on 4s, or it's on 1s, or whatever I choose. And so as it goes through, and the difference is this has to be called, and that's what the repeater in the sequencer is doing. It's calling this event, and it's triggering all of this information. And so it's going to update it automatically, and it sets a material from the material instance array. And this index num is what I'm keying. I can key it in the sequencer, but in this case, it's just going to count it up. So it just counts up 1 and continues to go forward. The deterministic side of that is, if I set that exposed to cinematics, then I can take index num and set it to whatever I want, and this whole latter half doesn't have to be used at all because it's doing a counter, so it's counting up. Let's see. In this other example, let's see, this is really hard. It's harder than I thought it was going to be. In the lightning example, oh, they're almost the same thing in this. Okay, yeah, for some reason this is not here, but so the other way to do this would be to take in the blueprint and say, I just want to use a live link to get a constant ticking engine and not have to do an event sequence. You can use a live link controller, and it has an event already attached to it, and it does an in-editor tick. This is not really for games because it wouldn't be performant for games, but it is for linear, and you can utilize it that way. And so I'll just show you what that looks like so you can get an idea, and I'll just build it real quick. And so if I wanted this to trigger all the time, which for this particular example I wouldn't necessarily want to do, I can add a live link controller component. Where is it? Right here. This on live link updated, that'll create this event, and this will give me a constant tick in the engine. And the cool thing about that is now my blueprint, when I drag it into sequencer, I can just set those variables at whatever, because it's always checking to see what they are. And then it'll update it really rapidly, and I can just worry about keyframing my stuff and not have to worry about setting an event and binding it and all that stuff. Now, my favorite method of cycling through these hand-drawn images would be the method of using the live link controller, or another way to get in-editor ticks, which there are several ways, by the way. But swapping out the textures to one material. So you instance a material in the beginning, and then you swap out the textures from an array. It's much more efficient than having multiple materials. Multiple materials mean multiple draw calls, and so you want to minimize that as much as possible. And so, let's see. Edge line effects, let's see if I can get that back on track. And then get the number 2 back up here. Now, edge line effects, for me, I'm using a Niagara system. Let me get this showing to you guys. Sorry. So you can sort of see this outline sketchy thing, and it may be a little bit dark. And so this is using a Niagara particle system. I'm actually emitting about, can you guys see that okay? I'm emitting about 120,000 particles. The trick to this effect is they're emitting from the skeletal mesh surface, and they're emitting their orientation instead of always pointing, because sprites point to the camera just by nature. These are oriented to the surface of the skeletal mesh, of the tries that they're emitting from. And there's a little bit of some logic in the particle system that says if it's pointing towards the camera within a threshold, then kill it. So it gets killed before it's created, and that gives us the ability to give that sketchy outline, and it's really kind of cool to see it work. The other thing you can do with this is you can add color. So this could be glowing drawn lines. It could be curvy lines. It's just an image. I took a pencil, marked a scribble, took a picture with my phone, and made that my texture. And so then I get a real hand-drawn sort of aesthetic or look that I can use with that.
Question, sir?
Absolutely.
So is that transparent? Obviously, you can like see through the rest of that character, or no?
This character is here, and if I.
You won't be able to see the background through that.
So I'm telling it not to render in the main render, and I just turn it off. And that was just for this example. Normally, you'd want it to be like the character on the left, where you have that little edgy stuff going on, and maybe put a toon shader of some kind on the character, but just have these rough lines, because it just adds a little bit of gritty nature that's, number one, it's art directable, because I can also tell it how far away from the skeletal mesh to be, so I can actually make it more of an outline. I can control the scale of all the sprites, just as always, so I can make it, just more weird. If I can just dial it in. And that's the part, it's art directable. And I think that's something that people often, they get down a rabbit hole of an idea, and they don't make it malleable or deterministic in some way. Now, animating on twos, I want to show you guys a little bit of what I've done here. And I'm on twos, get a camera going here. So in this example, a lot of times you want an animated character. I've animated on twos, but it's all jittery in my camera. You run into problems animating this way, and a lot of times people don't know how to mitigate them. There are several ways, but I'm just going to show you this particular one. That's the problem. And where is my character? The solution's not showing up, but I'll fix that right here. Hang on. There's a lot. My tech check went great. Okay. Yeah, I'm wondering where she went here. I have my camera. Oh, hold please. Fixing my animation on the fly. This is class. Okay, sorry guys. Yeah, I'm thinking, yeah. I can't show you this technique. What I can do is I can perform this. We got a little time. I can do this. What you have to do to mitigate this issue of this character jitter is you have to actually take the translational value of the character running through your scene, take that root translation value off, and parent it beneath the camera. The camera's on ones. It's got a real smooth trajectory. And so if you take that character, you put it under the camera, you take its translation, because you've animated it on twos and it's jittering through. And the problem is the camera's smoothly going through, and at every frame, every other frame, the character gets one behind, and that's why we get that jittery, shaky stuff. And so by putting it under the camera, the movement of the character, sure, you're going to have sliding, but it's so much better to see that character moving smoothly through, but still have its stepped animation, its stop motion look. And you'll see, if you observe how some of the stylized films and shorts are done, you'll notice they do that. They do parent the characters under the camera. Sometimes you can animate the camera on twos as well, but that's going to get your background looking a little funky, and it just depends on the aesthetic that you're going for. Aside from all of that amazing stuff that is not in my project here, I would like to open it up to questions. And if you can, there's a microphone up here. So if you do have a question you'd like to come up and ask, and I'm happy to answer.
I'll just ask from here. Is there a way to do this step down?
the show. 3, get ready. 4, 3, 2, let's go, 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 go. On your mark, get ready, set, go, 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 go. On that jump, that get up and go, 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 go. On your mark, you ready, yeah, go.